going to get started here in just a minute. We're just waiting for Mr. Tanner. He is signing on as we speak, I believe. So we will get started here in just a minute. Thanks for your patience. All right, welcome, Mr. Tanner. Board members, go ahead and turn on your videos. We'll get started. So thank you everyone for being here this evening. We have a full agenda, so we're going to get right to it. This is the Board of Directors meeting for the Valley of the Sun of Waldorf Education Association, which does business as Desert Marigold School. This is our meeting. Due to the open meeting laws, the public gets to attend and watch, but not participate unless specifically invited by the board to participate. So thank you for your understanding. That said, the board does welcome your comments outside of board meetings. If you'd like to send us an email, please do so. We're also going to talk about later tonight other ways that we might open up discussion to hear from the public. So the opening verse is this: the true aim of education is to awaken real powers of perception and judgment in relation to life and living, for only such an awakening can lead to true freedom. All right, so first on our agenda are introductions of the board members. I am Gregory Schneider. I'm the board secretary. Mr. Tanner, could you go next, please?
John Tanner, board member.
April?
April Sauer, board member and parent.
Nathaniel?
Nathaniel Allen, board member and parent.
And John Elling.
Good evening. Yes, I am board member, board treasurer.
Perfect. And for those watching by Zoom, please use the link in the agenda notice to register your attendance if you would like. You're not required to, but you're welcome to do so. And I would encourage you to do so if you think you may eventually want to apply to be on the board. Tracking attendance through our forms is the way we're checking to see if you've attended the 2 meetings that are required to be attended in the 6 months leading up to your application. All right. So first, well, let me give an overview of the agenda. So we're going to have a discussion about the interim and permanent executive directors this evening. We're going to have an executive session to interview one of the candidates for the interim position. And then we're going to have some public discussion about the permanent executive director search process. We're going to do our usual board procedures discussion and approval of minutes. And then tonight we'll also be voting on some vacant board officer position. And depending on how that vote goes, maybe 1 or 2 positions. Then we have budget and finance matters. We're going to hear from Priscilla Garza on our monthly reporting. We have some fundraising updates to hear about. RSF enrollment, the 40th day attendance, approval of a legal bill, and getting our bank account signers approved. And we will talk about COVID-19, what the school is doing about that, any ongoing challenges, and anything we need to adjust. And finally, tonight we'll be hearing from the LDC about a review and feedback process that they've been working on. And then we'll also discuss as a board potentially doing some anti-harassment training for all faculty and staff. All right, so I've asked our candidate to be available at 7 o'clock to interview for the interim executive director position. So we have a few minutes, board members, to discuss the other items in this first category. So let's start off with, actually, I think maybe the latter part of this might go faster. April and Nathaniel, do you want to walk us through the advisory panel candidates and where we are in that and what steps we need to take?
Sure. Did we decide whether or not we want to make their names public tonight?
Yeah, I think we need to
Okay.
vote on them. And I understand you have 2 for the faculty to propose and 2 for the parents
Yes.
to propose. So let's go ahead and walk through that and do the voting.
Okay. Nathaniel, you're all right if I just blow through these items?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we had quite a few applicants for each category, which was really nice. And Nathaniel and I reviewed their letters of interest and discussed the merits of each applicant and how we could make the best team with people who applied. And we both feel very confident about people that we have selected. So for the advisory panel position for parents, we have selected Kim Baker and Mariah Moon. And for the applicants for the faculty and staff, we have chosen Deb Paolo and Carol Moriarty. And those are the applicants that we are hoping to get your approval on tonight for the advisory panel.
Any other discussion, board members, about those candidates for the advisory panel?
Gregory, does this require a motion to make this approval, or is this just a?
It will require a motion to approve them, but before we get to that point, I was inviting discussion.
I understand.
All right, well, hearing no discussion, then I would move to approve the appointment of Kim Baker, Mariah Moon, Deb Paulo, and Carol Moriarty to the advisory panel for the permanent executive director search panel. I think that ought to do it.
I'd like to second the motion, please.
Any further discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor? All right, it's unanimous in favor. The motion passes. Congratulations to Kim Baker, Mariah Moon, Deb Paulo, and Carol Moriarty. We are thankful for your service in what is going to be a exciting task, but time-consuming here in the short term. So we appreciate you diving in to take on a lot of the brunt of the work of locating an excellent permanent executive director for the school as soon as we can. And I'm just going to take a minute to catch up here on my notes.
I'll add some thoughts to that. I just wanted to say that all of the letters that we received were really great. It was outstanding to see the quality of the individuals at our school, whether they were staff or parents. We just have some really great, smart, wonderful people with excellent skills. And it was hard to make these choices. We kind of were going back and forth of, well, this person would be great. Well, this person would, well, they would have all been great. And we just had to kind of figure out, who would complement who with what skills and to make the most effective group. So just kudos to our community. It was really great to read those letters and see the quality of people we have at our school.
Excellent. Thank you, April. And so can you give us an update on the timeline and how many applications we received and what the panel's next steps are going to be?
How many applications for executive director?
Correct.
Okay. It's a shocking number. We got up to 109. And I suspect the only reason it stopped there is because I just said enough on one of the websites and put a pause because they just kept pouring in, and there's some really great applications there as well. It's going to be hard to kind of condense them down, but I have no doubt that we can find somebody great. In terms of a timeline, I don't know that we can give a specific timeline, but we do have some thoughts of how we're going to proceed forward. Nathaniel and I had planned to see if we could put a meeting together, even possibly this week, with the advisory panel to discuss just plans and objectives and how we want to move forward. And after that, we just want to hit the ground running and start interviewing people and looking at resumes and going from there. Anything else you want to add, Nathaniel?
No, I think that explains what we discussed. So we'll get together as a panel and we'll verify some of the criteria that we're looking for and just get on the same page, and then we'll start into it. That many applicants, it's going to take a lot of time. So, but we're going to work expeditiously. And that's the biggest word I know, Gregory. Expeditiously.
It's an impressive word. And one we definitely need to be using right now. All right. So just for some background, switching back to the interim executive director position, as I think everybody here knows, Christy's last day is on Friday. So I'd like to take a moment, even in this busy agenda, to thank her profusely for her service to the school over the last couple of years. She's done an excellent job addressing a onslaught of problems and dilemmas and difficulties, and handled them capably, putting in endless hours over months and months and months, including leading the charge in our school's, I would say, overall extremely successful response to an unprecedented pandemic, and how we as a Waldorf school were going to adjust to that. So, Christy, thank you so much. We are going to do our very best to fill the very big shoes that you're leaving behind, but thank you very much for your service. Which leads us to, while the permanent executive director search is ongoing, and as Nathaniel said, as expeditiously as possible, it's still going to take some time. So we have been talking to potential candidates for an interim executive director position. Tonight, we're going to interview as a full board one of those. Mr. Tanner and I have been the ones doing the informal interviews outside of the board meetings. And so tonight we're going to, as a full board, talk to one of those candidates. I'm very excited about her. She's got an impressive resume. But we are going to do that in executive session because it's a matter of the board making an appointment to the school, which is one of the reasons under the open meeting laws that we can do that. So at this time, I'm going to move to enter an executive session to interview a candidate for appointment as an interim executive director, and for the board to discuss her candidacy.
I'll second that.
All right, any further discussion? All right, hearing none, all those in favor? Unanimous. So the motion will pass. And I would also invite, because I think it would be helpful to all of us and the candidate, to include Christy Kriegsfeld in our executive session. So I can get a second for the motion. Anyone? Appreciate it.
I'd be happy to second the motion.
All right, any further discussion? All right, hearing none, all those in favor? Unanimous, the motion passes again. All right, so at this time, board members, you should have all received a separate link in your email to the executive session. And so I'd ask you to leave this meeting and join that executive session. If you don't have that link or you have a problem joining, please text me separately. And for the public and those viewing this and other panelists, this webinar is going to remain open for the time being. I'm going to move into a separate room on a separate computer and participate in the executive session. But this webinar will remain open. And when our executive session is finished, we'll all return to it and carry on with the public portion of our meeting. All right, so board members, I will see you at the executive session link.
Who? The dog? No. What did she?
All right, board members, looks like we're all back. Let's go ahead and turn our cameras back on. All right, so, oh, I lost Mr. Tanner. Let's give him a second to reconnect.
I just don't understand what they're saying.
Welcome back, Mr. Tanner. So, all right, so we are back from executive session where we were discussing and interviewing a candidate for the interim executive director position. So at this point in time, I would move to give me the authority to negotiate a contract with the candidate along the terms that we discussed in executive session.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Hearing any, all those in favor? And it's unanimous. The motion passes. All right. So I recognize that it's getting a little late and we have some guest panelists who have been waiting quite patiently to participate. And I'd like to move through the items that they're involved in before we turn back to the other issue in this section of our agenda, which is the transition of tasks pending the appointment of an interim executive director. And we have some work to do there, but let's turn briefly to the financial budget and finance matters so that Priscilla can walk us through the monthly financial reports, and Mr. Elling as well. If you want to kick off that discussion.
Yes. And yes, I'll turn it over to Priscilla. I think what we'll probably do, Gregory, to move through these quickly, because we do have a lot of other things, unless there are any questions from board members that we need to take. We can look at the balance sheet and the P&L if you want to show those, the shorter versions of them that we get.
Yes.
5 and number 6.
5 and 6.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Priscilla, either one first, profit loss, balance sheet.
I think the profit and loss is easier to go over first. Number 5.
All right. Is that coming through for everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
I had taken some extra steps this time around and sent the board an Excel spreadsheet with the profit and loss exported into a spreadsheet. And I put some notes along the side of it with the expenses, a description of what the expenses were. So if you guys have any questions as you're going through that or need to see any invoices, just shoot me an email and I'll pull what you need and get it back to you. So just to review the profit and loss, we're reviewing July through September. So from July through September, our total income right now is $650,000. Our tuition from individuals is $2,500. The miscellaneous income there is $24,000. Of that $22,000 is consumables. The state revenue of $604,000. $567,000 is the state equalization and $37,000 is the Prop 301 money. The federal income there is your E-rate. So your total income is $650,000. Going over the expenses, in regular education, we spent $100,000, and in special education, $46,000. And that Prop 301 expense is the bonuses that were paid out, the performance bonuses that are paid out every year. The payroll clearing entry there of a -17, that's just a timing issue. It was a payroll that processed on 9/30, and because it processes on 9/30, the checks are written 9/30, and the bank transactions take place 10/1. So those will clear in the next month. It's just a timing issue. The uncategorized expense of $354, it's just a few receipts that I'm waiting on backup for to categorize. Your private program is an expense of $16,000 with depreciation of $37,000. So the income so far this year is $1,162. So I want to bring a few things to your attention because I know the last statement that we looked at, it was closer to $70,000. There was $40,000 posted into the state revenue last month. That $40,000 of that was a prior year adjustment from the state. It was a recalculation from the state. So because it's a prior year adjustment, I had to move it into FY20. So when I moved it, obviously it takes it off of here. And then also your Prop 301 expense of $58,000. Keep in mind the cash is in the bank, but the income to offset that expense is recognized in the prior year because that's when it was received. So you do have an imbalance there. So if that helps explain why the change. Are there any questions in regards to the profit and the loss? And again, you guys have that spreadsheet to go over if you have any more, if you want to look at it more in detail.
Yeah, April, do you want to? I'm happy to do it, but I know you had a question that you emailed me about.
I'm sure you can say it more eloquently than I did. Mine was rambling email.
All right. So Priscilla, one of the things I noticed in the more detailed spreadsheet that you sent was you broke down the month by month state equalization payment that we got. And the one for September was dramatically lower than prior months.
Yes.
And it's, I saw your note about it being based on an ADM, I think of 247 versus a budget of 300. But it didn't seem to account for like, it being cut so dramatically. So is that something we can appeal? I mean, is that what it's going to be going forward? what can you tell us there?
Well, we've said this in the prior meetings too, is that the equalization was paid on the estimated counts of 300. And with, so the first two payments are paid on 300 and 300, and the third payment is on 247. So when they recalculate that amount, they're also taking away the overage of the prior 2 months. So they'll take that and spread it out over the 12 months, or the remaining 10 months, I should say, 9 months. But yes, because you were overpaid those first 2 months on the estimated ADM, then they do have to go through and do a recalculation. There's not anything we can do about it. I have provided the school with a schedule of when the state does their data pool and ask that they reconcile their counts. I sent another email out today because the ESG is coming up and around. There is one more data pool that takes place on November 2nd or 3rd, and it is a very important one because that is pulling the counts for the ESG grant. And so I've asked all of the schools to make sure that their counts are in there, they're reconciled, any additions are in there, any terminations are in there, because that next pool is a very important pool.
And I just want to make sure I understand. So this most recent payment we got was reduced by the amount of the overage we got for the first 2 months. So that's why it's so much lower, but then going forward, we'll be getting like the
way they do it is they take the total amount and then they divide it by 12. So if you're calculating on 300 and they're taking that amount divided by 12, so then that's what they would pay for the first 2 months. And then they recalculate it and then they divide it by however many is left. So they're going to take that overage and pay it over the course. So I am not positive whether that is drastically reduced from the one payment or if they're spreading it. My understanding is that they spread it. So as soon as I get the notification that the next dollar amount is coming up, which will be next week, I will let you guys know what the next payment amount will be.
Right, because I mean, that's going to be a dramatic difference if that's the payment for the rest of the school year versus something closer to what we had been getting.
Right.
All right. Well, we'll look forward to that notice from you then about what the amount is going to be.
Yeah, it's because of the drastic change in the actual versus estimated.
Right.
Were there any more questions on any of the other expenses?
Priscilla, do we know why the Prop 301 money was lower as well?
Because same thing, it's based on the count. So if your count changes, your Prop 301 money is also going to change.
Makes sense. Okay.
Everything's based on student count. And in addition to that, the weight of the students, that's one thing I didn't look at is if there was a change in the weight of the students, I can look at that because that will also affect those numbers too if we have a change in the weighted students. If we have any SPED differences in what they estimated and then the actual classifications of the SPED students come in different, that also changes the weight. So I'll look at those numbers and compare those and shoot an email to you. Okay. If there are no other questions, we can go over to the balance sheet, which is number 6. Just to review the assets of the school. Total bank accounts at the end of September, there was $286,000 in the bank. $234,000 was in the operating account. $51,000 was in the savings account. The accounts receivable is $115,000, and that $115,000 makes up the $108,000 equalization and the $7,000 in the Prop 301. We actually get that money on October 1st, but I post it to September 30th to offset the expenses. So it is on there as a receivable. Prepaid expenses is 5,000. Your accounts payable is the bills that we have due, 35,000, and you guys have a listing of what that entails. We owe on credit cards $2,500. And then open leases is 51,000. So your total assets and liabilities, your total liabilities is 1.5 million. Your liabilities and equities is 2.6 to balance. Are there any questions on the balance sheet?
Doesn't sound like there are any.
No, doesn't sound like it.
All right. All right. So, Priscilla, what else, if anything, do you have to talk to us about this evening?
Normally that's all I go over. The one thing I do want to bring to your attention on the accounts payable, part of that 35,000, there is an invoice on there for $10,000. Let me pull it. Sorry, I need to pull it up. There was a workers' comp audit, and the workers' comp audit, for last year, we pushed it into last year's numbers because it is on last year's business. But through the workers' comp audit, we did end up owing $10,000 in additional insurance premiums. So I did send that over to Christy. I'm not sure if we're trying to get with the insurance company, but they audit the numbers. And once they audit the numbers, if there's additional premium due, then they'll let us know, and they did. So I just want to bring that to your attention. That is a change to the financial statements that we reviewed the last time because it just came to light. So just making sure you're aware of that.
Got it. All right, board members, any other questions? Mr. Elling, any other thoughts?
No, thank you, Priscilla, very much. The state equalization, I can't believe it's going to be anywhere near that number. I think, the numbers where we're at and what they were projecting just aren't that far apart. So, I expect that that's going to be higher, and we're going to, not to what it was the first 2 months, but it's certainly not going to be down like that third month that was there.
Right. Yeah, we didn't, the enrollment is not that percentage of a difference. So, all right. I'm hoping that it's going to be more like the average of the last 3 months than anywhere close to that number.
I'm taking a look at the reports. I pulled them up real quick. When we were looking at the estimated accounts or the estimated counts of 300, we were using a weighted amount that was equal to $89 per student that they would add back in. And on the actual, that 89 dropped down to 69. So not only is there a difference in the count of the student, there is also a difference in the weighted count, the weighted amount as well. So once they went through and did that calculation, there were some changes in the SPED student base as well.
Okay. All right. So it could be significantly lower than we were thinking it was going to be, but we still just don't know what that final number is going to be yet. But you're going to tell us next week.
Yeah, as soon as I receive notification of the next payment, I will let you know. But again, the state pools the student data every month. So if you have changes in students, student counts, enrollments, withdrawals, it can change from now until the end of the school year. So, because they do pull that data every single month.
Got it.
Priscilla, out of curiosity, have we received any of the grant monies that we've talked about over the course of the last few months?
No, not yet.
Okay.
The ESG, that's what I was just talking about when they pull that allocation has not been determined yet. So that's why I'm saying that it's so important that next 11.2 or 11.3 count, because that count is what they're going to base the allocation on for the ESG. So the ESG allocations are expected to be out November 25th. And that program ends, all the money has to be spent and everything has to be in by December 30th. So as soon as we get our allocation, we're going to be racing against the clock to make sure that we spend all the money and allocate it. They did make some changes in the rules last month that the first $500 per student is assumed to be COVID related. So we don't have to provide as much documentation, which will make the processing of the grant and the drawdowns a lot easier than the normal grant process. So as soon as we, tie that in, then we will revise the ESSER grant and fix that budget or change that budget to move the expenses around. And then as soon as we do that, then we can start the drawdown on the ESSER grant as well. And that's the 50,000. The ESSER is the 50,000. The ESG, which is the stability grant, is undetermined right now.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Priscilla. We appreciate it. Know it's late, so thanks for your time as always and your guidance.
Of course, if you guys have any other questions on the spreadsheet that I sent or want to see any of the invoices, just shoot me an email and I'll pull them together for you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you. You guys
Priscilla.
have a good night.
Thanks, Priscilla.
You too.
Okay. We have one more guest panelist this evening, Heather Sullivan, who is going to talk to us about the LDC review process that they've been considering. And so let's go ahead and turn to that so that she doesn't have to be on standby mode for however long we continue on tonight. All right, so Heather, I'll turn it over to you. Tell us, I know that the board got a short one-page summary of what that is, but if you could just give us a little bit more context on what you're thinking, what the LDC's thinking is on that, and other things we need to know.
Yeah, you got it. Thanks, guys, and thanks for pushing me up. I know it's a long night for everyone, so as always, I appreciate all of your work. The LDC wanted to review our processes. We've been in this position for just over a year now, a year and a half, including last year, and so we felt it was time to just take a look at everything we've been doing and really see what's working, where we feel like we could make improvements, hear from our colleagues, and just kind of go back and relook at all of the documents that we wrote and the original before the LDC. Now I'm spacing. We had lots of acronyms back at that time, but when all of the original documents were written, just go back and relook at those, see where we're really meeting all of that criteria, see if we're missing things, and just really kind of reevaluate where we are and where we're going. And I'm happy to read some of that document if you would like me to share any of that. I have it pulled up here, or if you guys have any questions regarding it, we would like to invite someone from the outside, an outside professional, to come in and guide us in some of these processes, just kind of mediate and help us have these discussions. In a nutshell, we're looking to break into our individual realm areas and again, look at our realm chair job description, look at all the original procedures and processes that we wrote, and then come back in our phase 2 in phase 2, rejoin with all members of the LDC in order to rediscuss everything that we talked about in our breakout groups. And then following that, if we have any edits, if we have any suggestions and thoughts, we can put out all of that new documentation to faculty, to administration, to the staff as a whole, so that we can solicit feedback from the faculty and really get their input and find out things that have been working for them and maybe areas of need as well. And then take those suggestions and really build them back into new documentation, new paperwork, new procedures. And then after we get that all written up, share it with everybody again with all the new suggestions in it in phase 4, and then represent it to the board again for final approval.
Sounds like a healthy process for any group of leaders to go through. So I'm definitely supportive of it. Is there anything, you mentioned a third party to help guide that process. Do you have ideas about who that would be? Do you need funding for that? Do you know how much you need? Basically, how can we help?
Right. We've had minimal conversations about that. We have kind of tossed around at least one name. A few of us have. I know that at one of the prior board meetings, there was discussion of maybe having an outside person come in and support with other areas. And so we weren't sure if that might be the same person that could do that work. So we definitely haven't finalized that portion, looking for ideas. And we just thought it might be helpful to have an outside perspective. So I think maybe it will require further discussion on our part. And again, I would just say we would welcome any ideas if there's someone that comes to mind that would be a good fit for that role.
Got it. So it sounds like we need probably both work on both sides in terms of us figuring out, what sort of third person we were planning to bring in for, faculty and staff training, and then, seeing how that fits in with the process as you guys continue to flesh it out. Board members, other thoughts?
Heather, I assume that part of this construct is to get feedback from all stakeholders, all staff members, all faculty, and then feed it into a functioning leadership organization that just allows you to hear feedback and then to, act accordingly. I just, as I'm thinking through it myself, I'm wondering what the best third-party consultant would be and what role they would play, knowing that so much of this is really internal. It's really about us. So I agree that a fresh set of eyes from a third party could be very helpful, but
And we really, even as we designated those phases or those steps, we kind of went back and forth where we felt like it would be necessary or not. And I have to say there were lots of different opinions on that. Some people thought maybe just in the very latter stages, and some people thought right at the beginning. So it was definitely a question still. So I think that that's something that we can all still ponder, and maybe we begin the work and see where we get with it and see if we kind of come to a standstill or if we feel like it would be, the right stage to bring someone in. Yeah, I think it definitely deserves continued discussion.
Right. Well, thank you for filling us in on that. And I think a couple other things have to be set in motion before, you're ready to proceed with that. And we're ready to pick somebody to follow through on our past discussion of hiring somebody to help faculty and staff training, and whether or not that's the same person as somebody for this process, or as Nathaniel, I think, was suggesting, do we really need somebody or not?
Right.
All right. So if you don't mind, I'd like to invite you back in a couple weeks and just see where we are on this, and where you are internally, and then see if we've made any progress on narrowing down the faculty and staff training that we're thinking, and who that person is going to be, and whether or not there's overlap here or not.
That would be perfect. It'll give us a little bit more time to continue the conversation too.
Perfect. All right. Thanks so much, Heather.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a great night.
All right. While we're in this area, I know we talked previously about a broader faculty and staff training. On a more narrow issue, as a result of one of the complaints that the board was dealing with recently, we received a legal opinion that it would be helpful for faculty and staff to also have just generally an anti-harassment training. And so we've gotten a couple bids for that. One is from Squire, a firm we already use. They do this type of training. They've agreed to give us about 25% discount on their normal rate. So it would be about $1,500, except they want to limit the number of participants to 25 people because they feel like it's more meaningful if they can do it in that format and make it interactive. So it would take 2 sessions, so the total cost would be about $3,000. Then we also have a different quote from Christie's old firm, Littler, who does this kind of training, and it's $2,000, and they could do everybody all at once, provided there's a room, or we can make a space big enough for it to fit, 45 or so people, and have a PowerPoint screen. Not clear yet on if we could do like a Zoom webinar or something like that and make it interactive that way, so we don't have to, try and find a space and deal with all the health concerns that doing so implies. But this, I know we are a little bit concerned right now about the equalization payment we're going to get going forward. So maybe now is not the best time to decide on spending more money on training. At the same time, I think it's pretty critical that we invest in our teachers and our faculty, and make sure that we're reinforcing, yes, all of these things matter and are important. So with that, board members, other thoughts?
Can I jump back in?
Yeah,
This
sure.
is Priscilla. While you guys move down, I looked at the reports. I pulled up the reports, and I'll send you the reports that I'm pulling this data off of. But at the very bottom of the reports, it shows the total amount of equalization that the school will be receiving throughout the fiscal year. And I took that number divided by 12 based on the 300 ADM, and then again on the 247. And dividing it by 247, it comes out to 189. So if I take the difference between the two, it's 40,000. 2 months at 40,000 is 80,000. So they did take the two overpayments out of this one payment. So in the prior 2 months, you were overpaid by 40,000 per month, because the actual, if we had been paid off of 247, the actual payment would have been closer to 189. So going forward, the monthly payment should be closer to 189.
Got it. Thank you. That's very helpful and a relief.
Yeah. Sorry, when you asked, I wasn't sure which way they go because I know in the past when I've had actually with Desert Marigold, when we owed money, they divided it out over the 12 months, but it was from a prior year adjustment that they divided over 12 months, not just the current. So I will send you those calculations and those reports so that you can see exactly what I'm talking about. But just so you're aware, I'm looking at it as being closer to $189 a month.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gregory,
Yes.
I just get back to your to your reference to the potential contract to have a third party come in and train. My sentiment is I agree. I think it's money well spent in that area, and I also think that based on what Heather presented from the LDC that we ought to encourage moving aggressively towards these types of exercises, just because it allows the team to gain professional insights from outside, and then internally they can get additional insights from each other. And so I think we should move to, not formally necessarily, but I think we should encourage it all. So.
Got it. Anybody else want to jump in on this topic?
I agree, but that's all I have to say.
All right. Well, with the clarification that Priscilla just gave, I feel comfortable then making a motion to approve one of these. My suggestion is we have Little do it, frankly, because they're the cheaper bid and they can do everybody all at once. If we can find a way to do it, I think we can offer, we have a Zoom account that can do a webinar. We can set one up for all faculty and staff, and they can do it from their separate classrooms or whatever. And, if they're willing to do it that way, and I think it can still be interactive and get most of the benefits and none of the health risks. I know you lose something when it's not live, but if we can get it all done at once and get it done for a good price, I think it's worth it. So I would move to approve hiring Littler to conduct the anti-harassment training for all faculty and staff.
I'll second the motion.
Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor? And it's unanimous. Motion passes. Okay. So jumping, now that we've gotten through the matters with our regularly scheduled guests, let's turn back now to working through these operational transition tasks. So Christy sent a memo over. I don't want to go through it line by line by any means, but there are a couple items that were pointed out in red, I think. Is that right, Christy? That we specifically should be taking some action on?
Sorry, yes, that's correct.
Okay. So let's just try and work through these real quick if we can. Let me find where I am in my notes too. There we go. Okay, so the first one is admin in Google Drive. We need somebody to have access to Christie's Drive and email, and there's some confidential matters that are going to be on a thumb drive. Nathaniel, I think you are quite obviously the most technically savvy person among us. Is that something that you could handle taking over?
Yeah. Christy, it's a G Suite account, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that's
And
fine.
so if you have an interim, they can just, monitor the email box for sure. When I highlighted these, I just needed to know who to share the information with and transfer what's needed in the G Suite so that they could access the drive, my particular drive. And we can assign it to multiple people. I just didn't know if the board wanted to keep house that is in addition to whoever's going to be on the ground.
I think it makes sense to have a couple people on it just as a fail-safe. So if Nathaniel's up for it, I think let's have him on it too. Perfect. Thank you, Nathaniel. All right. The next one is our Facebook page. We need to have somebody who's going to, look at content before it gets posted and provide approval. April, I know you've done some communication stuff in the past. I know your plate is full with the advisory panel. Our Facebook page hasn't been particularly active, so I'm imagining this isn't going to be a huge amount of work in the short term. Is that something that you would be willing to handle?
April and Gregory, just so you know too, we could actually make this burden lessen the burden in that, if there are things and our faculty is exceptional and has the material that can be shared, if it's something where it's, sent to you for approval or whomever, it's approved and then the person sending it could post, or we designate someone to post within administration, but just getting that approval and being on that Facebook account, it does, and I'm not as tech savvy either, but I do know that to be able to post on that account, you need to have a Facebook account, and there are some faculty members who do not. And so it would require someone who does and can post approved content.
Yeah, I think it would certainly streamline things if we're just giving a thumbs up or thumbs down, or some modifications. So if we can set it up that way, I think it would be pretty efficient.
Yeah, I'm not sure precisely what I'm being asked to do, but I'm currently on that Facebook, and if people want to, if we designate a staff member to send me things, I'm happy to, give the thumbs up and send it out. I can do that, no problem. That's fine with me.
Perfect. Thank you, April. All right. Next one is approving payroll and reimbursement requests. This is obviously a critical one that we can't lose a beat on. Ms. John Elling, I think this kind of falls in the treasurer wheelhouse, if you're up for it.
So when you approve the payroll, I see before that where Priscilla handles it all. And so she's really doing all the payroll calculations. Christy, what is involved in approving payroll?
So Priscilla will send me the time cards that were submitted for hourly employees. I look at it just to make sure if someone, had a missed punch, or I knew someone was out and they just, had an issue with logging that, and I solved, and just so it matches the time works. Ordinarily, employees will send an email to me and I'll forward it to Priscilla. If, like I said, if it's a missed punch, or they, forgot to clock out, or they submitted a time off request that hadn't been, that was pending and hadn't been approved, and I solved. So those are the more nuanced pieces. And then the rest is salary. So it's just making sure that it looks right. It's in line with their contracts, and their salary amounts. That's pretty routine. It's just the nuances really of the time off, the missed punches. So Priscilla and I usually just communicate about that. Employees know to send emails saying oops before they and Priscilla, I'm probably using the wrong word, but before they verify their time card and sign it, and it's all done electronically. They typically send an email, hey, I forgot to do this, or I wasn't able to do this, and we adjust it on the back end. So it's really just communication between the employee, me, and Priscilla to make those adjustments, and just kind of being on top of those adjustments and making sure that they're accurately reflected in the time cards and the payroll register.
And is this something you can do remotely, or do you have to be there to be able to see all these contracts and what people are to be getting and all that?
No, it is something you can do remotely. All salaried employees have pay calendars that Priscilla sent them, so they know what what to expect for each pay period. And all of that information, Priscilla, contracts and everything is electronic.
Yeah, so Priscilla has all that information, so if I need anything, I'd be able to get it. Other than the emails of, those one-off things you were talking about.
Correct.
And it sounds like you might need, I don't know if Priscilla has all of the contracts just as a way of double checking, but if John could get access to those, in case there's an issue where he needs to verify something.
Yeah, that's the only thing I'm worried about is, sure, anybody can just say, oh, yeah, this looks good, but I don't want to get myself in a position where I'm responsible for signing off and I don't have all of the details. So let me discuss this with Priscilla and see how we can work this out.
I think she's still on. I think she just ended.
And she is. I
am. If you had to ask me a preference, I would prefer the time cards to be approved by somebody who's maybe on site. And because the time cards, the payroll's pretty straightforward as far as the salaries, because we've worked out the pay calendars and we have it set for the year. What Christy looks at more so, I believe, is the hourly. I mean, obviously we look at the salary people to make sure if somebody's quit, we make sure to prorate their wages so she is aware of who is coming and going. But for the hourly people, approving the time card, taking out breaks if they didn't take their breaks or their lunches, the employees are responsible for adding their time, but somebody has to verify that if they say they're there on Wednesday, they were there on Wednesday. And so I kind of feel like it needs to be, at least that piece of it should be somebody who's maybe on site and is aware of what's going on campus. But that's totally up to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it is helpful to be on site, but we could also ask employees to direct any changes or notifications of time off or anything hourly related, they could send an email to John to let them know, or to let him know that, hey, there's this change.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Priscilla. It's more ideal, but if we're not going to have someone on site 5 days a week, or at least in the know, it presents some challenges.
Yeah,
Unless we just redirect the communications.
The hourly folks have a schedule, I assume, of hours that they're supposed to work. So we could at least check that where you're supposed to be working those days. And if there's some deviation in the total expected hours, versus what's proposed to be paid, I think that would invite a discussion about what's different.
Yeah, and every pay period, Priscilla sends me the time cards, the payroll register, the check register, and then she has a separate spreadsheet that shows every employee what their hourly or salaried rate is, hours, and you can always look back at prior payrolls to just see if it's within that range. It is pretty constant, I would say, Priscilla, don't you think?
Yes.
Okay. So, John, it sounds like there are a number of tools you could use to verify salary and hourly stuff. Obviously, you won't be on the ground, so you're relying on people to be honest. That's part of the nature of doing payroll for hourly employees in large part.
Well, and the time cards do have a verification. So the employee they log in and they verify their time, and they basically sign off saying, this is mine. You do have every now and again an employee that does not verify, and then I just override and process once it's been once Christy approves the time. But for the most part, the employees are pretty good about clocking in and out. If they have any changes, they're already notifying me of any changes, and then I run them through Christy, make sure that Christy approves them before I make any changes. So, it's pretty straightforward. It's just looking at the time cards. You just have to know.
And like I said, I think it's fairly consistent, and the employees who are hourly are, I would say, really good at reporting any, changes that need to be made. Oops, forgot to punch out. They're pretty diligent about it too.
Yeah, well, and hopefully this is, we made a motion to negotiate a contract with an interim director, when we resumed our public session. So hopefully we have somebody on the ground 3 days a week or so, where, we can have that person verifying this stuff if we need to. But I think we also need to have a board member who knows what's going on, as that fail-safe right now. So, are you up for it, Mr. Allen?
I can see, I quite honestly am at pretty full capacity right now with work going on, and the things that we're doing. I can, take a look at it. I'll get with Priscilla in a couple of days and just talk about how we can work this out and what it's going to take.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it's something that, I know you're at full capacity, so if you don't have time to do it, it's good to know that too, because I don't want people to not get paid in a timely way because... Well,
that's the one thing, Gregory, there's pretty much one thing you don't want to mess up, and that's people's money.
Right.
And so with me knowing so little about it, it's really hard for me to say, oh yeah, no problem, we can take care of it. It's an important very important, maybe the most important there. I mean, people are going to need money to live on, and so I want to make sure before I commit that I can do this, that I know that I can.
Right. Okay. Well, tell you what, let's go with the tentative. Make sure you understand it fully and you can make a decision. And unless somebody else wants to jump in and say, yep, I can do that. No problem. I've got plenty of time. Count on me.
I have a summary a one-page summary sheet that that looks at it all together as one. So it's a one-page review. The reviews go along with it so you can see the details. But Christy, I think you would agree that once we started using that one-page review, it's pretty fast to get in and approve and be done. So
Agreed.
And I look at the payroll very closely as I'm processing. I mean, I look at the time cards myself now. I don't just, take a time card and download it. I look to make sure if there's 6 hours, they are 6 hours consistently, that we don't have, all of a sudden a 15-hour day. And if there's overtime, I bring it to Christy's attention. So I do a good job of pulling it together too and bringing things to her attention that I'm seeing.
All right. So can you, Priscilla and John, get together, tomorrow or the next on Friday and, see
Absolutely. We'll get it worked out.
Okay.
Yeah, Priscilla, when is the next payroll?
We just had one this week, so it's not until the 7th of November.
Okay. All right.
All right. And if for some reason, Mr. Allen, you determine you can't do it, just, let's just communicate with me and we'll find somebody else who can take care of that.
Sounds good.
Okay. The next one is approval of bills. So this again, seems like treasurer type stuff. Is this, it sounds like it might be easier than the payroll type stuff. And I imagine we get bills pretty consistently, but Christy, can you give us a little more context and what's involved here?
Sure. So bills are largely automated and or emailed to my account. And when they are emailed to my account, I forward them to bill.com, which is our accounts payable platform. And Jessica in accounting loads them, and she and Priscilla work to code them. And I get an automated email that says, attention is required, and you sign into bill.com and you see all of the invoices that require approval. You can click on and look at what invoices they are. If there's something not right with them, you don't approve them, and you then go back to follow up with accounting and Priscilla to figure out why it looks off. But it's rare. It's a pretty automated process, and our bills are largely standard monthly bills. The only nuances would be like supply orders that we don't put on the credit card, but rather, just get purchase orders, which is our preference, and we've moved to that. So you would have to have some insight as to what's being requested and whether it's a reasonable request. And it kind of ties into another area in this memo about, supply ordering and approvals from both an operational and a pedagogical standpoint. But it's largely automated. You just kind of have to, and if you had any questions as to what the bill was, or especially if it's a supply related, not a monthly standard bill. I have listed in here the context and administration who you can ask, who's responsible for the ordering piece once she receives approval. So it's pretty easy to verify, and it takes really little time. And Jessica's very quick in uploading and coding in Bill.com. So it is not it's just not a labor intensive process.
Right.
But the person who loads and codes does not approve, and that's to maintain that checks and balances.
Christy, I assume there's a certain amount of discernment too and prioritization for that stuff that falls outside of just normal recurring, just so that there's a full picture of what it is this person would be deciding and ultimately responsible for.
Correct.
Is that-
So we have a requisition process. So when faculty and staff member needs supplies, it's again fairly automated. They submit a requisition request on a Google form, and it goes to administration. We look at it from, is this within budget? Is this necessary? What is it for? Do we have enough detail? And then there's another category for pedagogical approval. And, we could rely on the LDC for that piece of it. Is this within standard of what grade 7 would need, for instance, what they're working on. But yeah, I mean, there is a level of discretion, but it's pretty smooth, and there really isn't any pushback from either end. I mean, as long as we're staying within budget and it's pedagogically and operationally appropriate, then it's approved, it's ordered, and it's accounted for.
And how do you compare it to the budget when you're, that's something you go back and you look at the budget and what we spent to date and where this request is going to fit in as far as keeping us on budget, or what's the process there?
Well, I mean, I utilize the financial reports. I mean, I have more of a working daily knowledge of where we're at in terms of supplies and what's needed. The bulk of all of that has been ordered, expensed, accounted for. So the requests are fairly minimal. And I rely on the financial reports to see, are we within budget? Is this in line with what we anticipated to spend? So, but again, it's fairly minimal at this point, and largely the expenses that are being incurred and the requests being made are COVID related, which fall under those grants. So I notify Priscilla, and it's also documented on the requisition form. This is a COVID expense. This is a COVID expense, so that we can draw from the grant money versus using our general operating account.
So, John, I know you were kind of already feeling overloaded, but
Gregory, the only thing is I just, being someone remote with very little knowledge of what's going on, these types of things, I just don't think that's a recipe for success. And I just don't want to set myself up for failure there because, I'm just not going to, I've just got a day job I've got to contend with. And I don't think people are going to be available in the evenings because I need to call them up about a bill.
Fair enough.
I don't want to, I just think it's going to be a very difficult and time-consuming thing when you know nothing about it going into it and the whole process and things. That's all I'm saying. So, I can certainly, take a look at it. I talk with Jessica often, so I can, speak with her about it. She's going to have a lot of detail about it and see what we can work out.
Yeah.
Unless you got a better option. No. If you've got a better one, let me hear it.
Gregory, I just
Yeah.
wanted to throw out that, if this were the type of thing that we just scheduled, a 2-hour block a week on a Thursday or something, I'm just throwing out a scenario where one of us goes and attends and meets on site and gets brought up to speed each week. If somebody needs to do it and be available and be present, I'm willing to. I would love to distribute it amongst us so that it's not every Thursday or every Tuesday becomes just this. Maybe the meeting is standing, but the person that is representing the board and meeting with the team is in that regard. But I'm just trying to come up with a construct that could be a little bit more hands-on, localized, present, and recurring, so that it's regular and expected and planned and all of that.
Right. And I recognize there would be some efficiency gained by having that kind of standing meeting where you could just churn through all of these requests and that kind of thing. Certainly makes sense. Ideally we could spread the work. And John, I hear you saying, this is not ideal. I agree 100%. I'm just trying to get us to the point where we have that permanent executive director again, who can be on the ground dealing with all of this stuff to, day to day. I just want to make sure operationally we're not leaving anybody in the lurch and people know where they need to go if, an interim executive director isn't available to deal with this particular issue, for example. So
why don't we use that as why don't we use the interim executive director for it, and we can be the backup if there's an emergency that can't be handled. But if there's going to be a person there 3 days a week, that's 3 days a week more than I'll be there.
Right. And this may be an area where it just, like, we need somebody who's got to have that operational knowledge to do this efficiently.
I think, yes, for it to take a couple minutes and it to be a short thing, yeah, that's when somebody has the institutional knowledge to be able to do that, know where to go to find it, and have all the answers.
Yeah.
I'm not going to have that advantage.
Yeah, I don't think anybody on this Zoom call is going to have that advantage, except for Mr. Tanner, but I know that he's pretty overloaded and it might present a conflict of interest if you were to try and take that on in any event. All right, so how about this? I like, and Nathaniel raises a good point of having somebody with a standing meeting for these kinds of issues. I think the way to do it successfully is probably, and I'm willing to take this on, is to have a standing meeting, with, either the interim director, if we have that person, or with somebody in administration about, any outstanding requisition requests, any bills that have come in, and then we can just try and work through them to the extent, that they haven't been worked through yet. All right. Hearing no objection to that, we'll go with that. Okay, so I think that's took out a couple of things. We've got an IT issue with the Proof Group, and who's going to be the point of contact there. Nathaniel, is that something you're willing to do? Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. All right, and then moving right along, we need to tell the charter board who is going to be their point of contact until I think probably a permanent executive director is hired. I'm willing to take that on.
Thank you. I will let her know
Thank you.
tomorrow.
All right, and then we also have the Arizona Department of Education portal where we list people who are filling certain roles. Christy, you proposed having Aspire take on that role as administering, updating that portal, or having a board member do it. I think it probably makes more sense to have a board member do it just for continuity's sake. And, you know, I think it's a little bit more encompassing than just the financial piece of it that Priscilla would be comfortable with. You know, as being a point of contact for the charter board, I'm also happy to, you know, update the portal with the Arizona Department of Education. I think I can do that.
Great. And yeah, Aspire has, they have certain assigned roles within the portal. And part of our contract with them is grants management. So they have those capabilities and they monitor that already. So yeah, that would be great if I could, you know, I can assign it to you. And then if you had, you know, any questions, ADE has a lot of supporting resources, but also I'm sure Aspire could kind of help point you in the right direction as well. I'm sorry, Priscilla. I did know that I hadn't talked to you about this yet, so I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I think that Aspire can kind of assist and support.
Well, that's exactly why I stayed on tonight, because I'm like, I need to know what's going on and who's doing what. Currently, I'm logging on using what you've provided to me for the common login to upload the AFR and some of the reports that are done.
Mm-hmm.
So I will need the common login. If your user ID is deleted, I will need a common login to get in there to upload those reports. And again, a lot of that is just the backup and, you know, uploading everything to the state. We just do it so many times we know how to do it quickly. But yes, the grants management, we are still doing, getting the AFR and all of that. That's all in our wheelhouse. So
Yeah.
the one thing that I do have a question is because Desert Marigold is still in probation with the charter board, the charter intervention packets that need to be reviewed before going in, who would be reviewing that? And it's just the financial statements in a different format, but it does have to be reviewed before going to the charter board. And next week.
I haven't been reviewing those. I think you're just working with John on those.
Okay. I thought that you had reviewed the last one, but that's fine. I can continue to forward. I think John did look at the last ones, but we do have a package that's due next week, so.
The common logon, I don't see why it needs to change at this point. It's this school logon, and it's my email account is still going to be monitored and can be used until there is that, you know, permanent person and you update it and transfer all the data. So
good. Thank you.
Yeah, pretty easy. Yeah, I mean, it just makes sense to keep it active, and then, board member would be checking it and forwarding anything that needed to be forwarded.
Okay.
Yeah, and Priscilla, I'll be happy to have your assistance on that, and definitely not looking to take away anything from what you're already doing.
No worries.
All right. All right, then the next thing is Christy, you have a note about we need to update the mitigation plan with everybody having returned to, or many people, all classes potentially being in person as of Monday of this week. And then saving those to the charter board folder on the drive, and sending that then to the charter board education manager, which, if I understood correctly, I'll be the point of contact for going forward.
Right. So the education, sorry.
Good. So I was just going to say, what else do we need to know there?
So the charter board education manager who's assigned to us, and this is for all charter schools, they have a manager assigned, and then especially with respect to the reopening of schools in August, they sent out just a Google Drive folder. There is no contact needed, just as you update and make any changes to policies or procedures related to the school model that you have, which in our case is hybrid right now. You just dump it into that Google folder. You don't need to email it. You don't need to communicate with her. She accesses and checks just to make sure that, there's any changes. Okay, I've received them. So it's very minimal contact, but just making sure that, anything that is updated gets into that Google Drive folder, which again, we talked about, we can reassign as owner or editor that file folder.
Got it. Okay. So if you can just give me access to that,
Yep.
then I'll take a look at that. Okay, then we have a section in here about the school counselor and who's going to have the final administrator say requiring parent meetings and that sort of thing. I think this is one tentatively where we need to have the interim person, knock on wood, that we have that person in place soon making that decision.
Yes, I agree. I mentioned it there because with our current code of conduct and disciplinary policy, there are certain levels, and there are some levels of discipline which cannot be signed off on only by the class teacher or the counselor. That would need an administrator's signature, making sure that, all of the information was gathered and it seems sufficient. And again, if it goes beyond a suspension, the board would be made aware of that too, and would have to support that. So the board's already in the loop in terms of that process. So far, so good. It does make sense that your interim and then your permanent would be the final, signature. But yeah, that was just a question of, okay, if it did reach that level, who could sign off on it? Yeah. And it makes sense for it to be the interim for sure.
Yeah, so I'd say let's plan on having that be the person, unless that person isn't in place for some reason, in which case I think it should just be forwarded to the board and we'll just have to make a decision on it.
Okay. Is there a particular just contact person on the board? I don't mean to put anyone on the spot, but just so I can tell them, hey, if there's an issue, reach out to whomever. I don't know if you wanted to go to the whole board.
Yeah, you can have them send it to me if as a fail-safe.
Okay.
Yeah. and then we have an issue about time off requests in iSalt. So I think that kind of relates to the payroll issue and the time accounting that Mr. Ellie might already be getting some familiarity with. But I think those initial requests, we should plan on having the interim director approving, unless for some reason we don't have one, in which case John, as somebody already dealing with that system, I think it would make sense for you to take a look at. And I know you're struggling and not having all the context, and it's not ideal.
Well, I would hate to give somebody the day off and nobody's in the classroom with the children,
Right.
I can sit at home and say, sure, approved. Going to have to be some, is there a process in place that who gets a substitute if there's somebody take off, or do they just split the up and they go to different classes, or how's this handled?
So this year in particular, I mean, I did include details about the substitution process. I think it's understandable that with the school in particular, any sort of sub-service that a district public school would use, you don't have Waldorf teachers on call to bring in. So the faculty really works together. If someone needs time off, the faculty member would either work to arrange their own substitution, and they draw on internal resources in order to cover their absence. It is, quite frankly, rare that we have faculty requests for time off. And I think I've had 2 since we returned.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's pretty infrequent, and the faculty are actually working together to cover internally. And then, especially given current circumstances, if there can't be, then we have the asynchronous remote option as well.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like it happens too often. and that, that's probably fine, Gregory.
Yeah, and I mean, if you need more background context about what's going on and what other, operational issues might be implicated, perhaps Mr. Tanner could give some context about what's happening on the ground at the school in the event, that we don't have an interim executive director in place to deal with it in the first place. I think it would be a conflict for Mr. Tanner to actually approve the request, but I think he could give context to it.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd be happy to do so.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tanner.
What else can we volunteer John Elling for?
Oh, let's see. All right. So then we have a compensation for new hires issue. This has got to be an interim executive director prerogative. And if that's not the person who's doing the hiring, I'm not sure who's going to be doing it. I don't think we're really equipped to be picking anybody else except the executive director, interim and permanent at this point. So let's just plan on having the interim handle that. Okay. let's see. So the next one, Christy said as you might expect in the time of COVID, there are many, more issues that come up related to health, and we could really use a nurse to support the students, the office, and communicating with parents about health issues. So it would be helpful if we could have somebody assist in interviewing people and selecting an applicant. Nathaniel, I know that you have been very thoughtful on health issues in the past. And you're already involved in an interview process, but is that something that you could assist in?
As far as vetting candidates for that nurse position, yeah, no, I'm happy to do that.
Perfect.
And if you have an interim ED, then, they could do the heavy lifting too, to support you, Nathaniel. And we've been advertising for that for a while, so we do have some resumes for consideration.
Got it. Oh my goodness, that's it. We made it. All right, gang. All right, so moving out of that, I'm going back to the agenda.
I need a potty break.
Let's take let's take 5.
Thank you.
So we'll let's see. We'll take a 5-minute recess and we'll resume. Well, a 7-minute recess. We'll resume at 10:05. Board members, if you're back, go ahead and turn your video on so we can carry on. All right, we are all back, and so let's try and crank through some of this other stuff a little quickly. We still have a lot on our scheduled plate. I think some of it we might just need to table until next time. It's getting late, but there are a couple of things we do need to do for sure. So let's start with an easy one. The approval of the minutes of our last meetings. So we have meeting minutes to approve for, I believe, October 7th and October 10th, both public and executive sessions. So I know I typically abstain, but in the interest of time tonight, I'm going to move for the approval of the both public and executive session portions of the minutes for October 7th and October 10th meetings.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor? And it's unanimous. Very good. Okay. A board calendar, upcoming events, deadlines. I think let's continue that discussion for our next meeting. I had also put on here discussion about reinstating public comments and possibly conducting regular town hall meetings. I think that's something we can discuss next time in a couple of weeks. That's not particularly urgent.
Gregory, there is one item that we need to discuss on here that's technically on our calendar, but not yet.
Yeah.
If you mind.
Go ahead.
We do need to schedule the board applicant meeting, the informal one. We can do that behind the scenes with the applicants, but it just needs to be on our radar because we have a week, and then we've got interviews starting at that first meeting in November. So just want to make sure it's on everyone's radar and we take that on. Yeah, and actually, I'm happy to report that
I actually met with the applicants per that procedure already, and Christy Martin from the high school was there with me to give the faculty perspective, like our procedures say that we will do. So that's actually already happened and has been done. So we're all set to do the public interviews of them on November 4th and then the voting on November 18th. I don't think we have any background tests we have to complete before then. All right, so then the last thing I think we absolutely need to take care of tonight on the our board procedures section is we obviously do not have a board president right now. So I think we should fill that position and then potentially fill another position. So unless anybody else wants to jump in line, please be my guest. I would volunteer to serve as the board president, and I guess somebody will need to move for me to be elected to that position, but I'm volunteering.
I'd like to make a motion to nominate Gregory Schneider as board president.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
You're doing great.
All right, all those in favor? Unanimous, okay. All right, I'm excited to fill a challenging position at a critical time with the school. So looking forward to digging in and getting this work done and seeing all the great things the school is going to do. But that does leave the secretary position vacant. And I would like to nominate, I'll just go ahead and make a motion. I move to nominate April Sauer to serve as the board secretary.
I'd like to second that motion.
Any further discussion?
Do I abstain?
You're more than welcome to vote
I
for
can
yourself.
vote for myself. All right. Thanks.
All right. All those in favor? Unanimous. Very good. All right. Congratulations, April. I know you are going to be fantastic at it. Okay. I think so. Next, we need to turn back, I think, to the remainder of our budget and finance. April, do you want to give an update on the educational investment campaign?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to ask me about RSF.
That's coming.
I don't know what updates I have about the educational investment campaign. Do I have updates?
Well, okay. I guess I can give it then.
I don't know.
It looked like on the financial statement, that the more detailed one that Priscilla circulated, that we've received something close to $20,000 as part of that campaign. So we've great job, parents, contributing to the school in a difficult time. Those, as everybody knows, those are significant and materials that are used that are not used in a traditional classroom or traditional public school classroom, and they're expensive, and covering that cost is huge for the school. So thank you for your contribution. Now, April, Could you update us on RSF, please?
Yes, but I would also add to what you just said, just quickly. I think that the advertising that we've been using for the educational investment campaign has been really helpful to clearly define what that money is going to, so that everyone has an idea of where their funds are going. I think that's been extremely helpful, number one. And number two, the automated pay, that happened in September, and that's where our greatest income for that has come from. So thanks to the people who set that up. I think that's awesome. In regards to RSF, we did have our site visit last night. We had a great meeting. There were, I think, 12, 13 total from our community, plus 3 RSF representatives. We represented every single realm. We represented, I think, every volunteer position that is possible at the school. We represented the LDC, teachers, office staff, admin. It was a really good showing. It was very informative. And we, strangely, at a meeting about money, we learned a lot and we had a really great time. It was really nice to get together with people and just talk about our experiences and what we love about this place. And it was really reaffirming. And I got some really good feedback from the people who attended, and they were really excited to be there and said that they learned a lot. So we can check that off our list of things to do. And thank you to everyone who participated. It went really well. And John Elling was there as well.
Thank you. Thank you both. And just there are some, I think, procedural steps that just need to be completed before we get closer to closing. The scheduled closing date is November 15th. And I think we've now sent everything RSF has asked us to send to them. We're waiting on one other document to get sent back to us, which we'll need to take a look at. But things are, go ahead, John.
There is one document. So the debt schedule, and it's basically just, our, mortgage debts, the debt service we have. And so the document that Reed sent me was an Excel spreadsheet that needed filled out and have the information on. Unfortunately, when I print it out, it comes out in 4 pages and it's all broken up. And so I'm not able, so I sent him back the best I could. It was a signed one, but it wasn't just the whole page signed. I don't have the capability at home to do that. And so does anyone have something that they can print out an Excel spreadsheet on?
I have the doc. I'll print it to a PDF and send it to you.
Yeah, or Priscilla, if you want to send it to me, I can send it to John through DocuSign, and then we can have
perfect. Okay.
a signed version that.
And well, I suggested to Reed, because the document that this is, I mean, it shouldn't require a wet signature. And so I said, hey, why don't you just send it to me DocuSign? Well, I guess they don't want to fill the information out on their sheet. So let's try the DocuSign and see if that'll work.
Perfect. All right. Thanks, Priscilla and John, for following through on that.
So Gregory, do you want it in an Excel format or PDF?
PDF.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you need to add in a signature line in it or if there's one already in it, but
it's already there.
It's already on there. It's a place where you print your name, sign it in your office.
Got it. Okay, perfect. Well, we should be able to take care of that tomorrow then. All right. That brings us to an enrollment update. I know we've talked about this a little bit through the financial discussion. I don't know if we have updated numbers. I didn't see that report roll through before a meeting. Christy, I don't know if you had that handy or if you have it handy, Priscilla. I think our last meeting where we discussed it, we had been ticking up from like 273 to 275 to 277 over the last couple of months. But does anybody know where we stand right now?
Yeah, I can provide that. And the link that you have is updated as adjustments are made. So we are at 271 K through 12, and then with the private we are sorry. Oh, excuse me, retraction, 272. And then with the total student count, we're at 281, and that includes the private program.
Good. Thank you, Christy. And then the next issue is the 40th day attendance report. I know that we just passed the 40th day. I think it's October 13th. It's obviously a critical day in terms of the equalization payment and the state calculating how many students we have and all that. So how did we do?
We had 7 absences school-wide.
Excellent. All right. Next on the financial issues list, as you all know, we had to retain a law firm to deal with a complaint that we received as a board. We retained firm Squire, Patton Boggs, who gave us an incredible deal on the retainer. They did probably close to, I'm forgetting the total number now, but I want to say it was well over $25,000 of legal work. 20 hours they did pro bono for free, and the rest they gave 50% off on, and then they even cut the bill more after that point, bringing the total down to $7,500, which was just a great bargain and great value and great service to the school, frankly. So we need to pay them. So I would move to approve to pay the bill that Squire Patton Boggs sent us in the amount of $7,500.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous. Very good, the motion passes. All right, and then last issue on finances. Christy, I know you sent an email about what we need to do to get the Chase Bank account signed, change the signing authority. I know we made a motion to give Mr. Elling that authority to become a signer at one of our, I think the October 7th meeting. We'll have those minutes in approved form. I'll finish that up tonight. And then I think we need to, or Mr. Elling, you'll need to make an appointment with Chase to actually make that happen if it hasn't happened yet already.
And Gregory, what about the people that are on the account? Is that still, I believe, Heather? And I don't think Matt ever even got on it, so I'm not even sure who the second one is. But we need to have board officers, or apparently the treasurer cannot be one of the people that are on the account. They can be a signer, but they can't be one of the owners of the account, or whatever you want to call it.
Okay, and they're probably looking for the president or somebody like that.
President and secretary are eligible to do it. And I don't know if Christy knows anything else.
And I think a while ago, I was even supposed to be one of those people, but then COVID happened and we never made it happen. So
I know Matt had difficult time, and that's probably that's the same with you. When you and Matt were going to maybe get on it, and had difficulty. He couldn't get an appointment at all when he tried. I think he had said.
yeah. So, well, yeah. Let me try again, and it'll probably be too complicated to try and arrange for both of us to get in. But maybe if I can get an appointment, then you can see if you can make it or something. But
Sure.
I'll see if I can get one arranged, and then we can adjust the ownership of the account. In addition to you being a signer, so that the payroll checks can go out.
The payroll is automated, so
Okay, perfect.
there's no payroll to sign.
Well, that's a relief.
Yes.
Yeah.
Approval then is all that is needed, and then checks are issued through our payroll service.
Okay. Well,
Most of which is direct deposit. I think there's just one who isn't.
well, that takes a little bit of the urgency out of that. But obviously, we need to have people still affiliated with the school with the right authority on the account. So I'll see if I can get an appointment and get that process going. All right.
One last quick. Christy, is Jessica Jarrett on as a signer? I believe, yes or no?
Yeah, she's been a signer.
It's since she was probably treasurer
That's
of the
correct.
board a while.
And to
Okay.
maintain, correct. And as I put in my memo, to maintain those checks and balances, there are certain checks that we need someone else to sign, and she will fill that role as needed. And she is a contractor of our school, so.
So we should, I think, probably for the time being, keep her on the account so that she can continue helping us out in that way.
And I am also a signer, so I need to be removed. And so having someone boots on the ground close to school is helpful.
Got it. All right, which brings us to our last, but certainly not least, topic of the night. All things COVID-19. Christy, do you want to give us an update on things that are going on that front? Is there anything we need to pay particular attention to?
By way of update, as of Monday, all students who elected to return in person have returned. There are still a few, just to follow up from our last meeting, there's still a few families who need to sign that acknowledgement in waiver form. But administration is tracking them down and getting that information so that we have full representation and commitment. We are dealing with internet challenges. We're constantly evaluating the infrastructure. We had a power surge, unfortunately, a couple of Fridays ago, completely unexpected, took the entire system down, fried some critical hardware pieces that have been ordered, and some of which has been corrected. Other things, we're still working with the Fruth Group on troubleshooting. We're having some weird spots on campus where it would make sense that we would have internet, given those locations' proximity to antennas and other necessary hardware. So Fruth is still troubleshooting that, and I will again thank you, Nathaniel, for taking that over and working with them. We also have a proposal out to further strengthen the Wi-Fi in particular areas, just due to the nature of the building, such as, the workshop, the wood shop. So, it has a metal roof. There are other impediments for Wi-Fi signal to get in there. So we've had some specialties have a few problems. Same situation in some of the rooms. Again, Fruth is trying to adjust bandwidth and signal to try to send it to places where it needs to go, but that necessarily limits it reaching to certain outdoor classroom spaces across campus. And so that's what this new proposal for some additional hardware will hopefully help resolve. I want to just thank all of the parents and the faculty and staff. Everybody's been really great at communicating, following the protocols in terms of picking up students when they're exhibiting signs that fall under the category of COVID-like symptoms. We are calling those parents and asking that they come get their children, and they're doing a great job of doing it and doing it in a timely manner. So, it's all in all going well. There are some adjustments that need to be made in terms of classroom spacing and just following consistently procedures, and we're evaluating that and working on that. And I just want to extend my appreciation for the open communication as we work together to try to serve these students both remotely and in person, and try to keep everyone safe and healthy. And I'm happy to report that due to everyone's efforts and contributions, we have not had a reported case. And we're doing well with protocols. Our day porter is being well received. He's getting in there. He's sanitizing and disinfecting on a routine, regular basis. The reports I'm receiving is the faculty and staff are happy with it. He's pretty stealth. So he gets in there. There's no disruption to the students or the teachers. So that's good as well.
Board members, questions for Christy about COVID-19 issues?
I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to add just the thank you for parents for being flexible. We talked about this a bit earlier, but I know many parents in many classrooms are involved in text groups and whatever, and keeping each other on task. And are we supposed to be in Latin? No, I think we're supposed to be in Latin, in math, use this link. And it's been really exciting to see parents working together and, again, just laughing about it. If it doesn't work, I sent my kid to movement. They were supposed to be in language arts or whatever. It's really good to see people working together and working with the staff. And, well, did you contact the teacher? I texted her. She said that, it's been really exciting to see that. And I think there's just been, I don't know, an improvement in mood, I guess, just because we're all in this together. And it's just good to see people working together. So just a shout out to all the parents and teachers and anyone who's keeping anybody on task, because this is a fun circus.
Yes, a true test to the community, especially with a pedagogy that is not, well-versed in this model for sure, and the use of technology. And so I have to agree, April. I mean, everybody's been, flexible and patient and understanding, and I know it's frustrating, and we collectively share the frustration, but yeah, everybody's helping each other out and trying to get those communications out. And yep, there's been some confusion. Hey, our internet's down, and then we're back up, come join us. So we're working on that, and we'll continue to work on that. Sometimes it's overwhelming with the amount of communications, trying to figure out, okay, where are we at right now in this moment of time? But, again, it's continually being reviewed and evaluated, and how do we improve and how do we streamline the communications? And you guys are on a great path. So considering the circumstances. Congratulations.
Very good. And so I know that I think the board has seen most of these emails. We at least have a few parents who are confused about what the processes are being followed in each individual classroom. And I saw an email, I think, at least go out to one of the classes my kids and then today saying, hey, here's an update on what we're doing. And Christy, I know you mentioned, there's some consistency that we're still working on campus. Is there anything we as the board need to be doing or could communicate to the community about, resources or, consistency or, what they, where they can quickly find at least the policies that we're trying to be consistent about applying as best we can.
Yeah, so since our school and all schools embarked on this development of reopening plans and what those look like, and we started this in June, and so much information has come out from not only federal, but, state and local health authorities, keeping up on top of that. Parents have been awesome in sending, hey, what's going on here? This is what I have, comparing notes. In terms of the most current, up-to-date information available, it is posted on the website under the Return to School tab, I believe, if not a COVID-19 tab. April's shaking her head, so I'm right, going by memory here. But yes, we keep that up to date. If there are any questions, in fact, we just loaded a couple of other resources from state and county health about isolation guidelines, return to school guidelines. So we're posting information as we receive it, and it is a lot of information that we're receiving. And so we are posting it there in a public way to keep everyone informed and have it all in one place for reference.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I think the only other thing we need to mention briefly on this topic right now is that the state benchmarks but given by DHS, they continue to be met. Arizona has switched from being basically in last place in the nation in terms of cases and positivity rate and all of those things to being one of the best in the nation, if not the best. So the benchmarks continue to look very good. And that all hinges on everyone continuing to do their part in following these safety procedures, wearing masks every chance you possibly can, and continuing on in this unprecedented time. So thank you again, everybody, for all you're doing. And thank you, Christy, for doing a lot of the laboring work to get those policies in place in the first instance. All right, board members, anything else on this topic? All right, well, hearing none, then I think we've reached the end of a long night, a long and very productive night. So with that, I will move to adjourn.
I'll second.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Any further discussion?
We love Christy and we're going to miss her.
Thank you. It's been a real pleasure to work with all of you and a privilege to serve. And I'm excited for your future and I wish everyone the best. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christy. All right. Anything else? All right, then. All those in favor? All right. Motion passes. I will read the closing verse and we will be adjourned. So the closing verse is, the most important task for humankind today and in the future is that we should learn to live together and understand one another. If this human fellowship is not achieved, all talk of development is empty. That's from Rudolf Steiner. All right, everyone. Good night. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all of your hard work. Thank you, Christy. We'll see you all soon.
Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Night.